Well, here we are again. It's 11 p.m. Sunday evening, February 9th, 2025. We had a bit of a channel update today, and an hour ago, Jonathan Warner said, "How do you feel about playing 7 Citadel tonight?" And I said, "Let's go." So here we are. We might as well jump right into it. Jonathan Warner is here. I apologize to anyone else who's interested in joining us for these for the short notice, but it's a small crowd here. So it looks a little bright. Is there a reason why it's so bright? All right, maybe I'm just not used to it. All right, so let's take a look at where we left off. Jonathan and I were talking about upgrades. So on our last mission, it was scenario, let's see. So our first mission, we had our introduction, the intro scenario. Then we had In Search of Ambrasus, and then we went looking for a component for Ambrasus. Its friend didn't really have it. We've got earthquakes coming. We're trying to prepare for it. And we finished with conclusion B, which was a good conclusion. And let's see, where did we leave off? So we reinforced buildings thanks to the Bindar seeds. We can spend, no, we spent, last time we spent production to fortify buildings. We're afraid there's going to be an earthquake coming soon, and that's what's going on. So we did that. Then we checked if we had at least 4 built buildings, but we have 8, so we're safe on that. We returned our objective cards. We returned the Return to the Citadel card. Discard all of our hand cards, and we finished this scenario. So we're ready to go to the next one. We do have 1 Hope Reborn. Just 1? I thought we had 2. I took 1. I may have put it in the wrong thing. I think we have 2. We have 2 that we haven't spent. We have 5 that we have spent. 2 that we're going to use to upgrade as we play, as we go through the preparation phase. But we also have 5 glimmers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So as soon as the game tells us to return our blocked Hope Reborn, we'll be able to do one more Destiny upgrade. So I think we're going to have 3 to do this preparation phase. All right, here we go. Our new scenario. Jonathan says, my guild fever has passed. Now I can focus on what's ahead. Jonathan was very adamant that we do the guild upgrade. And we've got some plans. The other thing I should say is I did go get access to, through Shudder, the horror movie service, to Red Rooms. And it looks good so far. Courtroom drama, looks very beautifully filmed, very sterile, professional filming. Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching it. All right, the Bindar seeds. Each player returns all of their cards with the keyword temporary. So I think we might have gotten rid of these already. The Glimmer of Hopes aren't temporary. That surprises me. I thought these would get kicked out of your hand when you start a new mission, but it doesn't seem to be. Unblocks all of their cards. So we get our powerful cards back. That goes in the discard. Blocks all of our companions. So the Horned isn't a companion, but Inail is. So she becomes blocked. And then all of our cards get shuffled. You have asked the community to consider how to quickly fortify the buildings in the camp in case the drums of desolation beat again. Larius, formerly a sewer at the Citadel, speaks up. I know a former apprentice of Ninadazer who has settled in Fort Cutthroat with a large supply of seeds, possibly including Bindar. This necro-druidic vine is very hardy. It was once used to hold buildings together when the ground collapsed due to burrowers. It should also work in an earthquake. Primary goal, obtain Bindar seeds. Speak to Ninadazer's former apprentice. He lives at Fort Cutthroat and may be able to supply you with some. Secondary objective, community morale. The tremors that shook the Citadel have destabilized the precarious balance that was established since the reversal. When you read the epilogue, if you have fewer than 5 buildings, community morale will likely deteriorate. So it keeps saying that, but we have plenty of buildings. Jonathan, you'd think you know where Fort Cutthroat is? I don't remember, but it may be on our map. All right, preparation. Here we go. Ground shiver level is still 3, so we still can't go to the more dangerous areas that we've been wanting to go to. All life pointers back to 0, then you get this amount. I do not know why it always says go to 0. Why doesn't it just tell you to go to that number? All right, so we're starting out with 40 life points. We're drawing 2 cards into our hand. Second win, which lets us rest and take a card and discard. And bodyguard, this is a new card, I believe. You block an animal and they shield you. All right, those are. You can unblock some 38. Return all Hope Reborn cards that are blocked. Okay, so before we do that, we're going to use our 2 upgrades, and then we'll unblock them all, and then we'll use our Glimmer of Hopes, I think, maybe, to do a 3rd one. All right, so it's time to pause here and decide what we want to do for our 2 upgrades and plan what we want to do for our 3rd one. All right, so notice, Jonathan, it didn't let us fortify buildings. Oh, yes, it does. Apply the following effect any number of times. If your production score is 2 or higher, you can spend 2 to fortify a building. So this effect seems to keep happening in each scenario. I'm reluctant to keep doing it, though, without knowing what it does. But it does seem like with so many buildings, they may all be at risk. Jonathan started scaring me, started thinking, what if it tells us to destroy all unfortified buildings? We have so many buildings built. All right, so we were talking about what to do for upgrades, and I've got a couple things I'm interested in. I'm really interested in seeing these numbers that we've not seen, because this number we discovered early on, and it's amazing. It's 1 extra card in hand. These 2 we saw and I didn't like. So I was thinking in this playthrough, we should try to get at least 1 more number. So one possible thing we could do with our 3 upgrades is we could go towards this. We could get a skill, discard a hand, and then build 1 building. Or if we think maybe we should hold off on buildings, what we could do is get a skill, get rid of a card we don't like, and upgrade our community. Now that we have the guilds, we could bump up production by 4. And then maybe spend some to fortify a building. I'm just a little, I'm not so sure about fortifying buildings for no reason. But maybe we shouldn't be building more buildings. So anyway, I'd be inclined to go for this number as soon as possible. It does build a lot of buildings on the way. So what if we went, like, we could go 1, 2, 3, Jonathan, or 1, 2, 3. One of our things with the guild hall is we're in a position to upgrade that a lot, upgrade our community quite a bit when we need to. So one of the things strategically we were thinking of is just like save these, and then when we know what we need, we could hit them hard. What buildings do we have unfortified? Well, most of our buildings are unfortified, but okay, let's look at our buildings here. We have got the 1 point, we have all of the 1 point, the cheap upgrade buildings except defense. So we haven't built a cheap watchtower yet to get our defense going up. None of those are fortified. We have a pen for an animal that's not fortified. I don't think it's that important, so we could let this one go. The smithy, which is what gets us a free gladius knife each turn, becomes less and less useful over time. I think probably I shouldn't have even bothered with that. But if that dies, I don't think that's a big deal. Then we've got the guild, which we really don't want to get destroyed because it upgrades these. That's been fortified. And the academy, we don't want that to get destroyed because it upgrades our skill choices. That's already been fortified. And then we have our house rule building, the fortune teller's hut, which we fortified. So all of our important buildings are actually fortified, Jonathan. I think we could lose the smithy, we could lose the pen without being too upset, and we could probably lose these without being too upset. In fact, I think you could make a case that maybe we should do the watchtower next time we get an upgrade for 1 point, just so that our defense can go up by a bunch. However, with the guild, we're going to be able to get it up on our own as we need it. So I guess I'm not worried about fortifying at this point. Maybe we'd be better off building more interesting buildings. What buildings were we thinking sounded kind of exciting? The library where we can get books is always fun because we have so few side quests this game so far. And then the tavern is for food. We don't care about that. Is the tavern food? Is 6 food? No, what is 6? What the heck is 6? Something crazy. Oh, it's a side quest. The tavern is the side quest. The books are just knowledge. Okay, so tavern is side quest. Those are kind of fun. The other thing that seemed valuable for us might be place of worship. Gives you 2 glimmers. The glimmers help you get Hope Reborns faster. So side quest, library, those, and the watchtower, those are my 3 top ones. But then we've got one of these places gave us that arcane companion, which was amazing, especially since we have so much leadership with our flags. I mean, I really think you could make the case that we really would benefit from a companion. But then we were thinking, Jonathan, that maybe we want to try a different kind of companion. I can't remember if these give us different choices. Do I still have our notes? Yes, I do. All right. So when we went to those other buildings, we recorded that the arcane well was this one. That's the one where we got the mage. But it's not, it's here, there's an arcane well and something else, right? We can also, no, this is the machinist, maybe. Oh, they're both 234s. So your first companion that's arcanist is here, or machinist, and your second one is more expensive, but these 2 let you get 2 of them. So these are the same. This says get a 234. This says take 1 of the 234s. So if you build both of these, you get 2 companions. And we are good at companions, so maybe we should be aiming for companions and try the machinist. So what would you rather go for, Jonathan? Next, watchtower, library, tavern, or companion? Companion. All right, then this is what we'll go for next. But I still think we should do our plan to head towards 303, which means our next 2 upgrades most efficiently would be here, here, and then we've got 1 pip we can build here. But let me just see something. If we build that immediately after it's built, take 1. Okay, so if we finished building that building, Jonathan, at the beginning of this current quest, we would get that companion right in our hand. So that makes me feel more comfortable with this approach. Discard 1 building, and then as soon as we get a Hope Reborn, we could do a 2nd building and get ourselves that companion to join us on today's quest. What do you think about that? Are you overcounting by 1? We have 2 Hope Reborns we're going to spend right now. Then as soon as they return, we're going to trade in 5 glimmers to take a Hope Reborn and use it, that will give us 3 upgrades. And then I'm suggesting that as we play this scenario, we're going to end up with a Hope Reborn, and as soon as we do, we could use it for another building right in the middle of our session, and then get a helper. The alternative, and it is a reasonable alternative, the alternative is to go building, and build that companion right now. And then we could even, well, I don't think we need to fortify it after that, actually. But we could do building right now, but it would be going out of the way to get to this number. So it sort of depends how badly we want that number. You want that, companion right now, huh? All right. It's not the worst idea. It's not the worst idea, but let me suggest then building. Okay, why don't we do this building so we can go get feathers if we want. That's one Hope Reborn. And then this building here. That's our second Hope Reborn. That's 2 buildings. Okay. All right, Jonathan doesn't want to mess around. He wants that companion. All right, so that's 2 more Hope Reborn blocked. We're going to get out our 234s, and we're going to decide which companion we want. All right, here they are. Let's see. I feel like they generate during the prep phase. Well, that's what I read it. I read it and they don't. They don't, they just trigger immediately after built. So we could do this. We don't have to do this now, but the same is true for the other stuff. So, all right, we've done it. Let's do it. Okay, so here are our 2 options. The Arcane Well, this is what we took last time. If you're at the Citadel, we can only get this person. Well, you did well, Jonathan, because if we had gotten this in the middle of our scenario, we would have gotten this card, but we wouldn't have gotten the companion. Okay, so with the Arcane Well, during preparation, we can take a 246 or unblock an Apprenticed Arcanist, which is what the 246 is. And she is amazing. We made huge use of her before. Since we know who she is, I think we were allowed to take her out and look at her. And I've got some bad news. Rate 349. I don't have a 349 card in my stack. Oh, because we have the Arcane Energies already. It's the 246s, which is this woman. Okay, so here is the Apprentice Arcanist. So she's good at casting spells, and she can turn 2 flags into a success for casting spells, for thinking. Yeah, I mean, for casting spells, it's pretty huge. And we can generate arcane symbols by discarding from our hand. That's pretty good. And she's a scholar. I remember her being more powerful, but I think that's because we had some weapons that were spell casting weapons. And so she was the only one that could use them, but she doesn't help us fight. I feel like I know we used her for a lot in the past. I just don't. We had some power. We had a magic staff that she could use, but without that staff, she's not that useful. All right, so maybe she's not as good as we thought without the magic staff. But now here's the thing that we didn't do last time. So now we can take an apprentice engineer. And if we don't want to take them out with us into the field, they build buildings. That's pretty cool. Look at this, though, Jonathan. When this building gets destroyed, banish this. But we'd still have our apprentice. Actually, that's good. If the building gets destroyed, we still have the apprentice. All right. Well, are we allowed to look at the apprentice, Jonathan, or should we just hire it? Yes, we could fortify it for sure. I'm not sure we need to, though. But should we just hire it and play it, or do you want to take a look at it? 266. Let's get it out. There was a reason. I'm not sure we allowed ourselves to look at this before. While they do not excel in any one area, these recruits, those who have shown the most aptitude, are nonetheless capable of finding solutions to many problems. Apprentice engineers. For every 2 cards, we can generate a wild card. They're good at building, thinking, and opening doors. And they are artisans. All right, we're taking this. 100% we're taking this. All right. And mostly because we just want to try something different. But boy, that's a pretty powerful ability in an emergency. All right. So we're going to take the apprentice engineers into our club. Artisans are nice to have. I'm going to add that to our companions here. And that means that the apprentice arcanist with her dour, sour look goes back. We're not getting her. And we're not getting the arcane well. But we are getting the Plans and Mechanisms Guild. So it's preparation phase. We're taking a 266. We could leave them home to go up to check off a building if we wanted to. But we don't want to. We want to take this person into the field with us. All right. So that was our 2 Hope Reborns spent. Now, return all Hope Reborn cards that are blocked. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which includes the 2 we just spent. These get returned. Look up your side quests, etc. We could fortify that building right now, although it doesn't help us that much to keep that building from being destroyed, the Machinist Guild, because we still keep our person. But before we do that, we can now spend this. We do use our glimmers to do these different things. And you could make a case that we should hold on to these and use them for our normal ability, or we could use this for an upgrade right now for a Hope Reborn. And if we did do a Hope Reborn, we could get a skill upgrade, which would be kind of nice. The only reason not to cash these in now is if we think we'll find 7 Hope Reborns on our own, which we won't. So I think we should do this now. Yeah, I think we should do this now. So we're going to return 5 glimmers because we don't want to be carrying these around with us because we have them all. So anytime we would get a glimmer, it wouldn't trigger because we already have too many. So I'm going to turn in these 5 to take a 99. So we have our first Hope Reborn, and we're going to use it right now. We're going to block it. At any time, block it to check, not at any time, but we're doing this action, which you're allowed to do in preparation. Okay, so we're blocking this Hope Reborn, and we're checking off another thing, and we're heading towards this 303. So that means we're building a skill. So now we have to do our skills. Remember that we have the Academy. So normally we would be taking 4 cards to upgrade, but now we take a total of 8 cards to upgrade. Gains 2, except because of our Academy, we're looking at 8 and keeping 2. Okay. All right. Let's see, which 2 do we want here? Let me put these off to the side, our hand cards. Okay. What have we got here? We've got a fighting card that turns flags into fists. That's interesting. We've got a nice card that turns 2 fists into 2 stars, but we don't have many fists. Although we do get inspired frequently, which has fists. Force the lock. It's so rare that we need to open a door, and now we have the apprentice engineers that are good at that, so I don't think this one's any good. Telekinesis? I don't know. We don't often do those skills. Motivated? That doesn't sound that good. It has a 1.5 stars and a flag, though. It lets us draw 2 less cards or +1. It's not that great. Wow, none of these are that great. I can't say I really like any of these cards. If that's the case, then maybe we should be taking cards with stars. Like we could take this card. If none of these are very good, and I don't feel like they are, then if we took these two cards, this one is generically useful and uses our flags to save us energy. And it's got a 1.5 stars and a flag. So I would suggest we take that one. And then maybe this one just for this star. We're definitely taking motivated. I think maybe skillful. It's got these 2 dexterities, but more importantly, it has a star. I mean, that's nothing to be sniffed at, these stars. Fury says that it ignores unsettling. It's just so rare. And now this turns flags into strength. That's going to be hard to make that work. You can keep it in your hand, though. When you use it, you don't have to discard it. But 1/2 star... It's going to be pretty rare that we use this. I mean, we do have a war pick that likes strengths. So you could make the case that this, if we keep this in our hand, lets us have flags or strengths. Maybe that's pretty good, right? Like, we do have 2 weapons that want strength. This is a way to convert strength flags to strength. Okay, I think we should take motivated and one of these 2. This one has the advantage of having a star and having a star, really, and giving us 2 dexterity, which we don't care. This has a flag and a strength and turns flags into strength. We get strengths from Unleashed, though, don't we? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We get strengths from Unleashed. The problem I really see, I mean, this is a nice ability, but we have to keep carrying it around with us. The benefit of this one is that it makes every test we do more likely to succeed. I think we should do this. Rather than keeping a mediocre card that might have some use at some point, we should do that. I'm just gonna call that one. I think if you don't have good skills to take, better to improve the likelihood of your draw being useful. All right, I like this. I think that was a smart thing to do. 2 new cards come into our hand, and we are making our deck stronger. We're making our deck more likely to succeed and more predictably starred out. I like it. I think it makes sense. And soon we'll be doing an upgrade to cull out some of these cards we don't like. Okay, we've got our starting hand. Bodyguard and Second Wind. We've done our building upgrades. We could, if we wanted to now, last thing, Jonathan. Well, not the last thing. Sorry. We do have some buildings we need to apply. The Gallows brings our influence up by 1. Grain Silo brings production up by 1. And Forum brings our knowledge up by 1. So knowledge up by 1, influence up by 1, production up by 1. Only thing that doesn't automatically go up is defense, but we've already got defense up a bit. Ground shiver is at 3. Are there any more building activities we need to remember to do? Yes. The pen. Okay, so if you'll remember, the pen actually is worded oddly. It says, if you're at the Citadel, you return all your cards with the keyword animal, and then you take a new one. Now, I think that should be a choice. So the question is, do we want to keep the horned, or do we want, maybe he has to rest. So maybe you do have to return him. And Jonathan thinks we should fortify the machinist and planning building. All right, sure. So we can spend 2 production to fortify the machinist guild. All right, I think there might not be any other reason to do production, to use production. So I think you're probably right that we should keep using it. Okay, so we're fortifying that building. Done. Okay, and now the horned is going back 180. And a new animal is going to come join us. There's 2 new ones to choose from. Let's see who's going to come out with us today. A war-horned, an aggressive beast with powerful jaws. He turns flags into stars, but only one. Only one. But he's also good at negotiating and finding things, and he's able to ignore ambush and brutal. And 2 less cards. He looks a little scary to me, to be honest. If we fail, he might run away. Turns against you and bites us. Lose a life. And discard it. All right. That's pretty good, though, the Warhorned. I mean, that's quite good, because the chances of us getting a flag are very high. So that's like a bonus success for every fight. That's amazing. That's really good. And it ignores ambush. Ambush is the one where you're not allowed to prepare. So that's actually really useful, that dog. All right, how do you gently down that rises high enough to observe? Is it all the way over? Over here somewhere, isn't it? Oops. Yeah, it's all the way down here. It's actually where we trekked all the way down. Jonathan says his internet is acting up. That's okay. Not important. So this is where we're starting out now. All the way down there. And next to it is a building. Hang on the heavy door. We start out right down there. I guess we should knock on this door. Ah, you know what we forgot? What we forgot is the symbol. This is what we're looking for. The bean. The Bindar seed. Let's draw it so we don't forget to be looking for it. Well, I guess we should start inside the fort, huh? What did the person tell us? I know an apprentice who settled in the fort with a large supply of seeds. Guess we're gonna go right in. All right, so 255. Let's go right in, yeah? Costs us 1 card. So I'll put this out. Put our person on it. We'll try to go in. Jonathan, are you back? Your internet's back? All right, I guess we're going to go right in there. So we're going to throw away a card. 255. Oh, look. 255 has a Bindar seed. Having reached the foot of the fort, you notice how massive the building is. It seems to have been spared by the burrowers. You may not take the following action if a character has the apprentice card. We don't have the apprentice. We have apprentice engineers, but surely that's different. Okay. So I guess we're going to do this. Knock, 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 knock. Read 191. Well, we're starting right off on our mission, unlike the last 2 scenarios where we were searching for hours to figure out what to do. Here we got a big story right away. A few moments later, a hatch opens. A few moments later, a small hatch open. "What's your business?" an inquisitive voice asks. "I come from Ninidazur's Citadel on the advice of Larius. We set up our community there." "Ah, you're from the Citadel. Unbelievable. Wait, I'm going to unlock this." Click, click, click. The door opens, revealing an old man accompanied by a large horned, who glares at you with a growl, his lips curled up. He probably smells our dog. "So that place of death has become a refuge. I know the Citadel well. I worked for the Necro Druid there for many cycles. I was his best apprentice. I had a bright future ahead of me until I was exposed to spores in the Sacred Grove, which caused me to suffer severe memory loss. A moment of inattention that cost me dearly because, having become useless to my master, I was dismissed." We heard this story before. And we just got unleashed because he talks about necro druids and everything. Yes, I'm going to get that in a second. "Since then, I live alone in Fort Cutthroat with my faithful Roti, and hardly venture beyond Raptorwood," he says. We heard this before, but in a different entry. Now he's telling us more. Patting his animal's head. "And you? You tell of your adventures as well as the life of the community, from the reversal to the earthquake." The man points to the large cracks in some of the walls. "The fort shook, and I fear it will not hold out forever." By the way, Larry has told me you have a way to strengthen the buildings of our camp for the next tremor. He mentioned Bindar seeds, among other things. Ah, yes, indeed. Why didn't I think of that before? I should still have enough seeds to reinforce the fort and a few other buildings. With the right ritual, they can produce extremely resistant woody vines that can strengthen any building. But they are becoming rare and as a result valuable. I don't intend to part with them. Well, unless... He pauses for a moment to think before resuming. Do you have a library or an academy at the Citadel? I'd love to share my knowledge there, at least the things I can remember. If an academy or library is built, it is, we built the academy on Jonathan's orders, then we can either, I guess we have to tell the truth. We say, absolutely, we'd be delighted to have you there. Read 354. If neither of them are built, then you have to tell them, sorry, we don't. Or we could lie. But we do have them, so we are going to tell them. We'd love to have you there. 354. Good work, Jonathan, building that academy. Okay, he seems happy. He says, great news. Places of knowledge are the utmost importance. A civilization without culture is like a plant without water. It always dies. Well, let me get my things ready and we can set off for the Citadel. You'll need me if you want the Bindar plants to grow quickly. So we take a 99, Hope Reborn. And we take the objective cards, which are 101 through 104. Okay. Take a 318 card. What is that? And return the dialogue book. Okay. What is a 318 card? The apprentice follows you, carrying the precious bag of Bindar seeds. He regularly raises his eyes to the sky with obvious concern. Are you afraid of the rain? You finally ask him. The rain? No, but the birds, yes. I don't know why, but they're very fond of Bindar seeds. Last time I harvested them, several birds were so aggressive, they even attacked me. I had to abandon my basket to them before taking refuge in the fort. Doubtful, you choose to remain silent so as not to... Doubtful, we say to ourselves, but you choose to remain silent as not to offend him. Well, we've met plenty of evil birds. And look who it is. We've got a new companion, the apprentice. And now we know why we're all the way down here, because we're going to have to walk home. That's our mission today, walk this guy home. If we become unconscious, we lose it. And if it gets discarded, we have to go back to the Citadel when we lose lots of morale. Now, when we walk, we have to try our luck every time we walk. What an annoying thing that is. Every time we walk all the way home, we've got to try our luck. Seems like sooner or later we're going to get that 329. I wonder if it's not better for us to just take it early rather than keep paying to avoid it. It's pretty funny, though, that this is all about walking this guy home. But we do have dogs that are going to help us defeat these birds. 329 probably is a bird. That's a very good guess, Jonathan. That's a very good guess. I think you're probably right. good coffee. All right. So we've got to get this guy home, and birds are going to be coming to get us. All right. Let's just put him with our other companions. We've got food we can eat if we need it. We have a hope reborn. I guess these are the Bindar seeds that the birds are going to try to take. If we stop at the shack of the woman who wants a pot, I think our artisan can make her one, but I think they will block as a result. And that's not a terrible thing. We've got an artisan and a scholar, so if we block our artisan, the artisans aren't very useful for fighting anyway, so that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Okay. Those birds are going to eat these seeds, so let's try not to let that happen. We're done with this card, really. So I'm just gonna put this card into the past because this is where we picked him up. We're not allowed to come back and visit him. So I'm just gonna put this in the past right now, just so it doesn't clutter up our display. The question is, do we want to use this Hope Reborn right now to do another upgrade? Is there any reason why we should care about doing an upgrade early? Not really, right? There's nothing that would make a big difference to us. We could do a skill upgrade. We could cull our hand and get rid of cards we don't want, but I'm not sure it's worth it. But what is worth it is looking at our map. So it would be more useful, wouldn't it, if I went to the gallery and brought ups up. Let's bring up our map. Which map is more useful? They're the same. All right, let's plan our path here. So we're down here. Where's our brush size? Okay. So here we are. And there is really only one way to go back, but Jonathan is saying, let's stop off at this woman's house. Create her pot for her. And then we head up, get onto our path, and there's our Citadel. It doesn't look like it should be very hard, does it? Doesn't seem that hard, does it? I think we should be able to take care of this pretty easily. In fact, we got so much life, we might just use the life to avoid the birds coming constantly. We can make quick work of this mission if we use our fortune teller hut to avoid birds. All right. Well, let's put what we need to put out here. We've got that. We've got that. These are outside of our skill sets. If we wanted to go, they're going to cost us a bit to explore. But we want to go, we happen to know this area well. So we know where to go. I'm not sure we've ever been below here. This is a 10 level, not really meant for us. You're right. Jonathan says there could be special terrain cards specific to this mission. That's a good point. All right, well, unless we want to go to the right, what is to the right? We've never been to the right. But these are 10s. So we really shouldn't be messing around with that. We got to do our thing. This is a 7. So 7 cards because our ground shiver is only a 3. So it costs us 7 cards to do this. 7. Don't get to keep any. That's ouch. But okay, let's see what's here. You spot a bomber end and looking around soon discover others. These conifers created by Necro Druid. Oh, I need to get that Unleashed card. Okay. So every time anything mentions this, we take a 151. We should be using these 151s and not saving them because this triggers for us all the time, which is amazing because it gets us fists whenever we need it. So, yeah. That's pretty amazing. This should make us more willing to take skill cards that use fists. Let's remember that. Because we have this so frequently, we should be much more willing to take skill cards that use fists. Maybe I should have thought about that more when we were getting those upgrades. All right. Conifers created by Necro Druid Vividown hurl rock-hard pine cones at any creature they detect. So we can try to dodge it. We need 4 successes. Or we can use stealth. And we only need 3 successes, but we can only use 2 cards to do it. Or we can just throw away 8 cards to take the long way around. Well, we don't need 8 cards, that's for sure. Let me just see who we have to help us with stealth. No one. We do have something that can be used to dodge, though. What card do we have that's good at dodging? This one. We have a shield that blocks hits. But for each success you are short by, you take a wound and then discard it. So look, this will block with symbols, with any symbols, it blocks too. So we could almost let ourselves fail this and it wouldn't be a big deal as long as we got symbols. All right, but let's not overthink this. If I draw 4 cards, we're likely to get 3 or 4 successes. We don't have any way to increase that. But we could block it. But we don't care. It's just a... Oh, no, if we succeed, we can take reflex skills in our discard, shuffle them back, but we don't have any. Okay, so I'm going to take 4 cards, and then if we're short 1, and I'm using the Targ. To block if we need it. Okay, let's see what we got. 1. Well, we didn't succeed. In fact, we're off by 2. We're off by 2. We only got 2 successes of 4. But we can use these 2 symbols to block the 2 wounds. So we're not going to take any wounds. But we did fail. So this target protected us. So we just discard this. We would have been hit by 2, but it protected us. The only bad news is that was a fail, so that we have to see if this shield breaks. All right, so we just roll a die. One or 2. It is a 1, so we just broke our shield. Actually, we didn't break it. It just blocked. We could unblock it. All right, no big deal. No big deal. That shield was, I guess it was going to be used to help us from birds hurting us, so maybe it would have been nice to carry it, keep it around for a little bit. But it did its job. It protected us from those pine cones hitting us. Can't ask for too much more. 184. Gigantic spongy flowers spread out between the trees, expelling blackish spores from time to time. By the way, Jonathan, I know this should be very obvious to us, but I do want to point it out because I think I forgot about this when I was playing before. I always worry that I'm going to forget to get a scenario-specific terrain card, but I do want to point something out. When there is scenario-specific cards at a number, you see this blank. That tells you there are other 255s that might have your symbol on it. So if you ever see me, Jonathan, pull out a card that's got this on it, you might remind me, hey, did you make sure that there is no scenario-specific card with that number for us? So anyway, I guess the thing is, you don't have to, like with this 184, I couldn't have missed it. I couldn't have missed seeing a scenario-specific card because there is none. There is none for 184. So anyways, just a little reminder. Gigantic spongy flowers spread out between the trees, expelling blackish spores from time to time. I'm not a big fan of these spores. We avoided them last time. Now remember, we also have mushrooms we can eat. Let's keep our eyes open for them. I guess we probably just want to walk up and get to our home. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and discard these 2 cards because there's no way we're going down there. And if we are, we'll just get them back. We'll bring them back out. All right, so we can move with this guy up here. However, I'm going to suggest that we might as well do this now because it's very hard to avoid discarding this card. We might as well use it. So we're going to get 5 cards back. Actually, I changed my mind. We should wait till there's a bigger selection to choose from. All right, never mind. But soon we should use this before we have to throw it out. All right, we're going to move up now. Where's our guy? I better keep him handy because he's going to, every time we move, we're going to have to do his thing. So we move which we would normally take one card. I'm going to suggest we actually voluntarily walk with two. And that's because our upgraded ability, Experienced, says every time we get to take one, we can take one plus one. So I think while we have an empty hand, we might as well add to it. So here's two cards that we just got drawn. Wow, another powerful. We've got a lot of fists. We should start buying skills that use fists. I wish I had spent a little more time on that, looking at that before. Okay, so these come into our hand. We've still got room for one more card in our hand with our Experienced upgrade. We've walked, we've brought him, and he wants us to try our luck. I guess I'm going to keep these 13 cards nearby. All right, now we're going to have to decide how we want to play this rule. Let's just draw it first. When we get our first fail, we'll talk about it. Okay, you are jinxed. All right, so look, we've got a fortune teller hut that lets us unjinx ourselves by just taking health hits, but maybe it's not in keeping with the spirit of this scenario, Jonathan, to do that. Like, how boring would it be if we just bypass and never see a bird? So I think we should take this 329 right now and see what it's about. Then we'll decide later if we want to do more, if we want to make that a general rule. All right, so I'm going to put this 13 back, and we're not going to bypass it. We're not going to lose 2 health to bypass it. Instead, we're going to take a bird, which is what Jonathan thinks it is. Let's find out. There's lots of dangerous birds in this town. There's actually 1, 2, 3, 3 different 329s. I'm going to keep these handy too. Okay, here we go. Let's see what 329 we've got. A bird with blackish feathers has been hovering over your head for a while without you paying particular attention until it's joined by a dozen others, which begin circling lower and lower. The spurs of these birds seem particularly prominent. You start to take the apprentice's words more seriously. The bird swoops down on you, cawing loudly. You try to protect the seeds and their carrier as best you can. So it's a 3-stage bird attack. And the birds have evasive too. Do we remember what evasive is all about? Evasive is the one where every 3 cards we draw, we have to spend an extra 2. So evasive just requires more energy. And our Warhorn doesn't help us with evasive. All right. So what have we got here? A 100 card. I don't remember what the 100s are. Do you, Jonathan? They're not bad. All right, so we'd like to beat this guy. 3 successes. We get to keep 2. We've got swords. We must fight him right now, so we can't do the second wind refresh, which is what I wanted to do earlier to get a good card. But we do have lots of strength. So we could use our war pick on this battle, and we would be guaranteed to do 3 damage. Guaranteed to do 3 damage, but then that would block this. So I think ideally we wouldn't Ideally, we wouldn't. I wonder if this wouldn't, if using the Gladius wouldn't be a better use of our weapons. Save that one for a better thing. If we use the Gladius, we can keep an extra card, 3 cards to get 3. That seems very feasible. Or 2 extras, yes. We can achieve this one with the Gladius. Did we already have we already use Unleashed? No, we have Unleashed right here when we need it. Oh, so you're saying better to use this than Powerful. Except that this we have to declare ahead of time. That's the only reason not to use this unless we really need it. But I think we can take care of these birds without... There's a good chance we can take care of these birds without messing with any of this. 3 successes. So if we draw... I'm equipping the Gladius. And we could even bring the Warhorned with us. Why not? Right? He can turn flags into stars. And the Gladius can turn strength into stars. So this is just easy. John says, we just don't want to fail the second time. That's absolutely right. That's the one we must, because then we would lose an objective. So we're just going to use these guys on this one. This one should be easy for us, but if we take 4 cards, it's very hard to see how we could lose this. In fact, we really can't lose this, can we? We get 2 from this. No, we can't lose this. Okay, so here we go. All right, so we're only allowed to use 2 of our cards, but we do have a flag. So 2 stars of our own, and then the dog brings our 3rd star. So that's a success. Thank you to the dog who helped us. Since it didn't fail, none of these can block. None of these have to have anything rolled for them. We take a 100 card. A 100 card is this weird thing. Roll a die and apply the following effects. All right, I guess we do that right now. And then this drops to here. And as Jonathan says, this is the one we can't afford. We need to do 4 damage right on this next shot. But I guess we're supposed to do this first. Roll a die and apply this effect. Okay. Put that there. 3. Take a 153 card. That's one of our things. We're in shape. So we can ignore, we can draw 4 West cards. All right. It doesn't really appeal to me that much. Lower its value, lower its value. Okay. So this gets discarded into the past. Now we have to do this. As long as we get 4 hits on this, we get rid of the bird and get a glimmer of hope. So we absolutely must do this, because otherwise we'll lose an objective, which would be terrible. So we really should be able to do this without using any of our stuff. But I think I think the thing to do is just lock this in and not draw more cards than we need to. So here. Weapon, trinket, secondary. So we can bring both the flail and the war pick. Although we would lose the flail if I... No matter what, even if it succeeds. My plan is to bring the war pick, and then if we need to, it can guarantee us 3 stars. So that's 3 of the 4 stars. We must draw 3 cards. But what if we don't get any stars on those cards? Or any flags? Then we'd lose a book. How? Oh yeah, we can't bring both of those. Yeah, okay, here's what we'll do. We'll bring our apprentice engineers with us. Then if we must, we can throw away 2 cards to generate a wild card, which the dog can use to give us the 4th star. So really, even if we get no stars here, we can make this a success. That's the way to do it. Am I cheating on anything? No. No shared keywords. Done. I'm just going to draw the minimal 3 cards. With minimal energy, we're going to be able to do this. Okay, so no stars. There's 1 star, 2 stars. So with 3 cards, we got 2 stars. We got 2 flags, but we can only use 1, 2, 3. We need 4 successes, so I have to use powerful to use the war pick. That's unfortunate. We'd like to keep this, but I have to use it. 2 stars on our own, 1 dog star. That's 3 stars, but we need 4. All right, so I'm going to block powerful, which gets us 3 fists, which gets us 3 stars. So we got 3, 4, 5 stars. We succeeded. It's too bad that dog can only help 1, but that's all right. We did that reasonably. War pick didn't fail. Dog didn't fail. This doesn't fail. So that's it. We've succeeded. Everyone goes into our hand. We got our 4 successes, which means we take a 49. We scared off the birds. We got a glimmer of hope. Everyone did their job, and we're done with these birds. Return this, it says. So they go back into the pile of birds we might face next time. I'll just put them right here. All right, so I feel relatively good about that. And that was just to walk here. So we're going to have to do that 8 more times if we get birds. Maybe we'll allow ourselves to dodge an occasional bird. Okay, I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back, and it's all about the birds. So we walked over here with this guy. We know our path. We could actually count out how many more walks it's going to take, assuming there's no mission-specific things. So it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more potential bird battles. Or we could do other things while we're here. I mean, it does seem like we should be able to take care of this mission easily. The only thing that really threatens us on these missions are when we get lost, but now we know exactly where we're going. This card is too expensive for us, but if we look at our map, is there any reason we want to go over there? We're there right now. I don't think there is a reason we want to go over here. We might as well go up and left. It's cheaper. All right. But before we do that, it's time to use our second wind because we might as well. So when we use second wind, let's just do it this way so you can see it better. When we use second wind, we take our discard pile, we get 5 cards back into our action deck. We're sleeping now here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And from the remaining discard, we can take 1 card into our hand. We know the birds make us fight. This lets us choose 3 more cards to bring back in if we wanted 3 more cards. Flags, success, and we get to keep this in our hand. Sorry, you can't see these, can you? I'd be inclined to take that one. If we have a weapon, we can turn flags. That's pretty good. In fact, we could keep that. That's pretty good. Drop your card +1. That's good. All right, let's do this. Let's block second wind to take ready for anything. Since we don't have too many cards in our hand, we might as well do these things. And then I'm going to take ready for anything in hand, and then I'm going to spend ready for anything. It gets blocked to get 3 cards into our hand. So we're just going to build up our hand to be strong enough for birds. So I'd be inclined to take that. Birds are battling. Flags turn into stars. Ruthless attack. I'll take that. We can't use that because it's cumbersome. I think we'll take improvise. Where's the card that I'm meant to be throwing out for this? Where's the card oh, I had to block it. I blocked it. Ready for anything. Take 3 cards from your discard or hand. So I'm just gearing up. I apologize for this taking time. Second already used. That's discarded. Blocked. I took improvise, and I'm going to take We don't want to lose to any birds, which we might need to be fighting. Should I take flags? Flags. All right, I'll take flags. All right, so I'm just preparing a little bit. All right, so let's move along up the path and go here. It's free for us because our ground shiver is 3 or higher. What? We gotta fight more creatures? Everyone wants these seeds of ours. So he doesn't have ambush, but we must fight him right away. It seems ridiculous that we have to fight more creatures other than our birds. But he's not going to cause us to lose any birds, and he will give us an unleash. So we might as well use our unleashed on this guy. If we can kill him right away now, we just take a wound and we're done with him. So let's just do that. Look at him. He's going to throw rocks at us and stuff. Do you see any numbers on this guy? We could avoid fighting him. No, he just wants to fight us. This guy, we've met him before. He so wants to fight. I feel like we should set the dog on this guy. All right, we don't really care if we beat this guy in one shot, do we? We're well equipped to beat him. What weapon are we going to take against this guy? Maybe the Gladius is all we need. 3 successes. As long as we're bringing a weapon, this gives us a +1 if we need to. This gives us 2 flags if we need to. One of them can generate a star. Surely this is enough. Here, this one can generate twice. So we can get, with these 2, if we needed, and nothing else, we could get 2 stars. So, I guess I'm going to draw 3 cards. 3 cards for 2 successes. I'll draw 4. Guess we shouldn't play around too much, but surely we're going to defeat this guy. So we only can use 2 cards for this. Be nice if we got 2 successes, though. Yes, okay. So here's our 2 successes. With our 2 cards, we just need 1 more. However, we didn't get any flags of our own, but we did get a fist. So a fist can turn into a star. So we actually got our 3 stars using our Gladius. So we're taking a wound. I probably could have found a card to block that, but that's okay. We're going to take 1 wound. We're down to 37. This guy, I hope he's happy because now he's dead. Hope you're happy. You're dead now. All right, moving on. By the way, I forgot to update our weight. What is our current weight? Because we lost our shield. 2, 3, 4. Are we really down to 8? No, 4, 5, 6. So we're down to 6 weight. All right, these things go back in our hand. And up comes the 122. High cliff dominates the Great Sea, which has engulfed the eastern part of the mire. Jonathan, let's see what Jonathan is saying. I like our character. Maybe this was really the campaign for that barbarian strength guy, all the monsters he could want to fight. There is a number on this card. What does that mean? There's a number on this card. Oh, this card. Yes, you're right. There is a secret number. 188. All right. I think that's only important for what's in that castle. Is that right? All right. So 188 is this card, and this gets discarded into the past. So do we want to look at anything here, Jonathan? I mean, I feel like we got plenty of health. It's only moving that brings out the birds, so we really could do other stuff while we're here. If we wanted to look at these black spores, probably that's bad, but we're far from home. Maybe we should take the opportunity to look in here while we're here. I think we should, Jonathan, because this guy doesn't hurt us just sitting around. Let's go look at these black spores. We're probably going to get sick. Jonathan says don't do it. Don't do it. Are you sure that they're bad, Jonathan? Are you sure they're bad? Because if you're not sure, we should do it. I mean, what's the worst that could happen to us? Are you positive they're bad? If you're not positive, we should look at them. Like, maybe they're good. I'm not positive. That's it. We're doing it. 232. We need to know. We're on a journey of discovery while we're bringing this guy home. All right, 232. Here we go. You move carefully through the undergrowth, keeping away from any vegetation that seems dangerous. Oh, we did. This is on our map. This is a permanent event on our map. So we have seen this before. We could try to climb these, or we can use a pole to get them. Unfortunately, we don't have a pole. We have a flail that seems like it could do it. But we could climb up there and get some food. I don't know why we wouldn't do this. It seems like surely we're going to spend less than we'll gain. Even if we fail, we get to keep a card. Could use this to get it, or do we not? Let's do it. Four cards for 5. Maybe it's not worth it, and we already have some food. All right, forget it. We don't have time for this. We don't have time. We've discovered it. That's all that's important. Our journey of discovery has continued. We don't have a poll. There's no reason to waste our time spending 4 to get 1. Moving right along. You told me not to look in there. It was completely safe. There's a weird little flower in this corner here. You see that one right there? All right, up we go. We're moving with this guy. He's coming with us. That means we normally draw 1 card. We get to keep it if we want it. Reinforcement, 2 flags turn to 2 stars. That's pretty good. I guess we're going to keep that instead of motivated. Especially since motivated has sorry. I'm going to have to find a way to show you these cards from my hand better. Okay, so I'm going to keep reinforcement, get rid of motivated, which just lets us do things cheaper, I think. And also it's nice to have these stars back in our draw deck. And now we have to see if this guy's luck runs out and birds come. Here we go. Oh boy. All right, well, I don't want this. So we are going to spend... Should we spend a glimmer or should we use... I think we should lose 2 health. Because that glimmer could get us an upgrade. So we're going to use our fortune teller's hut for this red one. And we're going to draw another card. Lady Luck is on our side, and we got a 49. Terrific. Another glimmer. And the birds did not get us. So we dodged some birds. And look, there are the birds flying around. 2 birds here. Okay. Jonathan, shall we look around in here? I guess we should while we're here, right? I don't remember if we've done some of these in our last mission, but maybe they're specific we can for this mission. So I'm going to look at 192. Actually, there is no 192. We already did it. Doesn't seem right to me, actually. Because there's a footprint 192. But didn't we do that one? No. Yes, I thought that was the bag. All right, well, I guess we already did this. We already did this in our previous mission. So it's been all hunted out. But we could go look over here at 281. We have to draw a card for that. I don't remember what 281 has, but maybe it's even mission specific, so we might as well. At the foot of a ruined tower, a sign reads Stone Heap 36 blank. Unfortunately, a chip in the stone makes the rest of the inscription illegible, and you cannot know just how far you are from the city-state. So we've done a bunch of these. If we don't have a weakness, we get another glimmer. That's nice. We've now got 3 glimmers. Almost ready for another upgrade. The discovery soothes you. The world of before will never completely disappear as long as its vestiges remain. So we don't know how to use these things, but now when we explore from here, it's cheaper. Okay, so that comes out here. This guy is still with us. We've looked here, we've looked here. The only thing to do is go here. It's free, so this doesn't even kick in. We just do this. Fatigue overcomes you. You stop and take a few moments to breathe and take stock. One exhausted character must lose 3 cards. All right, well, that has to be us. I don't know why. Is it saying if we're exhausted, we lose 3 cards, or is it just using that exhausted word as a... There's no real reason why it's bolded. There is a card that makes us exhausted. Do we think that only triggers if we're exhausted? No. Sounds like it's just saying for flavor text that we're exhausted. What do you think, Jonathan? Is it saying that if we're officially exhausted, we have to lose 3 cards? Or is it saying that we lose 3 cards even if we're not exhausted? Definitely only if exhausted. Okay, says Panderjet. So we won't spend it. During the following action, the active players, whoever revealed this, during the draw step, you may not draw more than 3 cards. Okay. Not draw more than 3 cards. We need 2 successes on a think. If we fail, then we're going to get confused. No, exhausted. If we fail, we'll get exhausted. So we'd rather not get exhausted. But now let's see. We can spend 2 flags to get 3 cards back if we succeed. You may then you may choose 1 card in your action or discard pile and add it to your hand. There's no limit here. So if we generated a lot of flags, we could put a lot of cards back. We do have a way to generate flags, and we're good at flags, but we can't draw more than 3. All right, so we're going to draw 3. It's a thinking task. We do have helpers, companions that are good at thinking. The apprentice engineers, they let us keep an extra card and they turn flags into successes. So we can't draw more than 3, so we're just going to draw 3 cards. And we're using these people, so let's see what we've got. There's 1 star, 2 stars. We can use as many stars as we want. We've now succeeded. We don't have to use their flags for successes. So we've got the 2 stars and we've got 2 flags. So we will be able to take 3 cards back into our action hand. There's 3. If we wanted to, we could take 3 more by spending this authority card. But I think it's probably better for us to hold on to that and use it. So let me just shuffle this up. So that worked well for us. And then we can choose 1 card from our action deck or discard to bring it into our hand. Let's take flight and we'll just run away from the next bird. So let me take flight, but what am I going to swap out? This stupid bodyguard. Done. Although I probably would have been better off to take a card from discard, but yeah, okay, let's do that. All right, remember, we're trying not to drag this game out too terribly. So if you see me making quicker, although I know I'm not making quick decisions, but if you see me making suboptimal decisions, part of that is because it's not worth it to spend that much time optimizing these. Okay, so this card is coming out now, 145. Panderjet, who has not joined us previously, why don't you tell us, can you tell us your experience with 7th Citadel and 7th Continent? It clearly seems like you've played this game before. On a promontory, fat plants covered with prickles border several paths. There's nothing natural about this vegetation. Panderjet says has 0 experience with 7th Citadel. Okay, well, I was wrong then. All right, so these prickly plants do hurt you. So I guess I'd be inclined not to explore them, but I don't remember if you could also get some good stuff from them. So we could go check them out, but more importantly, Jonathan had a plan. Jonathan's plan is for us to head up north and help this woman construct a pot. But we're not there yet. She's 1 more up. So we're going to walk over here. That's draw 1 card. Do we want to keep this card? Motivated, it makes life a little cheaper. It's got a success and a flag. I'd be inclined to not keep it. And now we've got to check and see if any birds are coming our way. Here we go. Bird? Yep, it's this thing again. I'm not gonna lose our blessings. I'm gonna take our 2 health fortune teller hut and redraw. This red card is the only one I'm gonna use this on. If we get a regular jinx, we're gonna have to face the bird. Lady Luck is on our side. We got another 49. Okay. I feel like that fortune teller hut is really overpowered building, but that's okay. We're here for exploration, not for bird fighting. So we'll fight the birds when we need to, but not every moment of the day. So there's a 2 and a 2. I still can't believe we haven't seen any of those alembic robots. We almost have enough for 2 upgrades. All right, Jonathan, what's it going to be? Are we going to examine these prickly plants, or are we going to move along? What about the shore? Is this where the boat is? The boatman, or no? It's a different... It's not the boat, right? Where is the boat? The boat is closer to home. Let's go check out this shore, 260. We might as well do some exploring while we're out here. It's 260s. It's not the boatman. Okay, here's the shore. There's 260s in the deck. Nothing on the back here. Let's move ourselves down there. A few steps away, a large bird is pecking at the ground in search of grubs. If you move any closer, the prey will probably fly away. You might try to hit it with one of the few stones that litter the ground. So it tells us to get rid of the other 260 in the deck. More birds. There are birds all over this area of the continent. If you'd rather go on your way, we can just discard it. Otherwise, if we have a projectile, we can get food. Yeah, we're just going on our way. Let this bird... We're not messing with birds. We're not voluntarily aggravating the birds. For all we know, he's going to realize we have these seeds on us and just come get us. All right, Jonathan, final call. Are we going to the prickly plants while we're here? What's the worst that could happen? What's the worst that could happen? We're not going to want to come here again. I feel like we should do these things. What's the worst that can happen to us? Johnson says, no, just move on. All right, we're moving up here. Well, we can look up here at least. The sky darkens with large black clouds that eventually break. The rain falls on the foliage, dripping from leaf to leaf until the ground becomes waterlogged. If a piece of Alembic or Alembic of Valengard figures on your terrain card, you take shelter under the metallic creature, which collects rainwater to make a special drink that quenches your thirst. Otherwise, we have to search for shelter. All right, so we must do this, but we can do as many cards as we want to get 2 successes, so we'll be fine. But if we fail somehow, we got to return our blessings, so we don't want to fail. But it's a look or a compass. Where's our friends? No, they're not good at looking or compass. But the dog is. The dog is actually good at looking. We might have a card that's good at compass too, but I guess we don't really need it. So as long as we don't fail, the dog won't run away from us. So he's going to be a flag for 1 success. We only need 2 successes. We can generate flags if we need to. I guess we'll be generous. We'll draw 3 cards. Hopefully we won't have to use anything, but we can make this work unless things go really bad. There's 1 success. No. 2 successes with 3 cards. So we didn't need the dog, even though we could trigger him with our flag. And we get to keep 1 of these cards, which means we get to keep 2 of these cards. Perseverance is a guaranteed star. That's great. I guess I'm gonna throw away improvise and keep perseverance instead. Here's another one that gets us 2 flags just like this, but this one we don't have to discard. We can discard someone else's card. Although this doesn't have a success, but let's keep those 2 cards. The reason we can keep 2 is because of our experienced upgrade. So, okay, we're under some plant leaves. This goes away. Out comes 96. This is where the crossing river leaves the Great Sea to join the Black Ocean much further west. At the edge of the swamp, the chimney of a rickety shack belches out smoke. Okay, so that's the lady. We're going to go there. We're going to try to make her a pot with our machinist guild. But before we walk up there, I think while we're here, we're not going to want to come down here again. I think we should explore this. What's the worst that could happen? We could get injured, yes. We could get poisoned, yes. But do we have any... I feel like we don't know what it is. I'm doing it. 163. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I feel like we've got this mission in hand. We might as well explore it. You walk between huge plants, some of which are almost twice your size. In some places, they're so clustered that their prickles brush against you. Ooh. Ooh. We have to do this action. We can take a dodge, or if your figure's base is in contact with the bristle. Okay, I got some bad news for you. You can see it, can't you? I did check for this thing. I was stupid enough to stand on a bristle. What a terrible thing I've done to us. 163. So I made us waste a lot of energy here because now we have to do a 6 test. But 150 is a good card. All right, well, what can I do? I gotta do it. All right, well, we're gonna need to refresh our health. So there's 1 card drawn. The dog's not gonna be able to help us with this. It is a dodge. We don't really have anything for this. We lost our shield. No one helps with this. No numbers here either. I did check for this. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're losing 7 health, which brings us down to 27. 26. All right. We're down to 26 health. Still plenty of health. All right. Well, I'm sorry. Now we know never to go here. And if you do, don't stand on a bristle, which I am standing right on. All right. So we don't really want to fail this, but if we do, it's not the worst thing in the world, although it kind of is. If we need to, I can generate 2 successes, 3 successes. If we need to, I can generate 3 successes. I need to get 6. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'd rather not have to spend these. I feel like 7 should get us 6 successes. Let me just draw 8, because I'd really rather not spend these cards. Better to spend energy than spend these cards. All right, let's see if we got 6 successes here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we just got 6 successes. That was a very expensive action, but curiosity got the best of me. At least now we're focused. We could use this to get rid of a confused. I might be inclined to hold that till we get that. And now we have to return this, so it comes back if we make a mistake. If we, for some reason, explore that again. There's no other 163, so there'd be no reason to ever explore that again. Let's remember for next time never to come back here. No number there, huh? All right, don't go to the bristles. How hard is that to learn that lesson? Don't go to the bristles. Don't know why I had to learn that again. All right, let's move on up here. That's 1 card to draw. We get to keep it if we want it. Consider no. Now we've got to see if a bird comes out. There's birds all over our space here. In fact, stay away from the birds. All right, let's see if we're going to have to fight a bird. Yep, we're going to have to fight a bird. All right, here we go. Bring out the bird. 329. I'm just going to take the top one off the stack here. Doesn't it have harder walking symbol? No, it's the next card has the harder walking, so this one doesn't. Okay, a bird with blackish feathers has been hovering over your head for a while without you paying particular attention, gradually joined by a dozen others, which begin circling lower and lower. Whoa. Okay, no harm done. All right, so it's more of these birds. Do they look the same? No, they're a little bit different. The birds swoop down on you, cawing loudly. Caw, 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 caw. You try to protect the seeds and their carrier as best as you can. You can discard a sack of grain to create a diversion. Well, we don't have any sacks of grains, so unfortunately, we're not going to get the 99, and we can't do that. I mean, we have food, but it doesn't want to let us throw away food, only grain, which is very hard to find in the 7 Citadel. So now we have to dodge the birds, 3 and 4, or run away, which doesn't have a chain, so we just have to draw 7, get 5. If we do that, we escape and we get a glimmer. If we fail, we're going to lose one of our seats. So we cannot afford to fail this. And I can't use our flight to run away from these birds. However, We can generate 2 flags, which gets us 1 success. There's a second success. Could actually use, oh, it's not a fight, so we can't use that. So 1, 2 successes. We can guarantee ourselves 2 successes. Now, I'm not so sure, since this isn't a fight, that we've got too much more to do. We have all these strengths we could use, though. It's a runaway, huh? This is a mandatory thing. We could grab a card from the discard pile if we wanted to get more successes. What's better for us? We can guarantee 2 successes with our cards. 1, 2. I'm going to bring our companions into it. I'd be happy to. What are we? We're also in shape. Draw less cards. Doesn't really help us. The more cards we draw, the more flags we get. It's not really. Yes, we could use this for 3. I think maybe the safer thing to do. I think we'll just do this dodge action. 3 cards. We can only use 3. We can generate 2. Take 1 card. 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe I'll do this runaway and just draw 7 cards. 6, 7. Just 1 more 7. Okay, I'm doing the 7. I'm just drawing 7 cards. I expect that we'll draw 8. I expect we'll have to use some of our things. Surely we can succeed, though. 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6. Be nice if we could do this without. There's 7. We don't need 7. We only needed 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that's overkill. I didn't need to draw so many cards, but we can keep 2 of these. It was just very expensive to deal with these birds. What am I gonna keep here? Ruthless attack, flags. None of these are that good. Flight, it seems pointless, but maybe we will use it for a bird at some point. No, you know what? F the bird. F this bird. Well, F flying away from the birds. They're not that they're not that helpful. I'm going to keep improvised instead. All right. I'm sick of trying to run away from the birds. They just all have to die. So I could have kept 2 cards, but we also got, so one benefit of fighting those, dealing with these birds, is we got another glimmer. So we actually have, return this. We actually have 5 glimmers and a hope reborn now. So we could do 2 upgrades if we wanted. But let's deal with this lady and her pot first. 222. All right, here we go. The hut consists of a single room cluttered with shelves that house pots and jars gleaming in the daylight, which filters through disjointed boards in the walls. Beside a steep ladder, hundreds of small, carefully labeled drawers reach up to the ceiling where herbs and flowers are drying. "Oh, you scared me half to death," exclaims an old woman. "Welcome to my palace. Feel free to take a look out the window. The view's magnificent. You can see the roofs of Kell on a clear day." All right, and now we're going to talk to her, even though we've talked to her before. But okay, 128. Maybe we can help her this time. She says, "You're probably wondering what a man old crab like me's doing in a shack in the middle of nowhere. Well, I followed my father, of course. He was a druid celebrated for his talents. He hid from the world so as not to compromise himself with the dark magic of the necrodruids, which would make us unleashed again. Stain the sanctity of nature is a monstrosity he has always fought. In the tradition of his order, he taught me everything he knew about plants. Unfortunately, the cauldron I use to mix my potions and remedies is cracked. There are many mixtures I can no longer make without it." All right, so we could resume our journey. Otherwise, we can help her here, which is what we're going to do. We are going to help you fix that pot. So we don't have a cooking pot to discard, but we do have our artisans, which know how to build stuff. Our apprentice engineers turn 2 flags into a star a maximum of 3 times. So if we got 6 flags, we could get 3 stars out of them. Boy, that's still going to be hard to do. However, we have cards to help us. We have cards to help us. So we are going to be able to pull this off. And if we make her a new cauldron, she'll be happy. All right, so we're going to try to do this. It's all we can use is 2. We have to get 5. We need lots of flags. But we are going to be able to pull this off. Okay, so let's see. What's the best way for us to do this? We're in shape. That doesn't help us. We're focused, which lets us grab a card to add to our hand if we need it. We might need it. All right, and we need our apprentices. So let me just put this up here. I know you can't see it. We need to get 5 successes. Let's see what we're going to be able to do here. They give us, and we can normally only use 2, a chain of 2, but they're going to make us a chain of 3. This is going to make us a chain of 4. So now we can actually use 4 of our own cards. 4 of our own cards to get 5 successes. So that's huge. +1, +1. So 4 cards to get 5 successes, and every time we get 2 flags, that's another success. Plus, we can generate flags here to get a star, and we can get another star with perseverance if we need it. So I think what we'll do is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe we'll draw, let's refresh again. Okay, so 5 more health, which brings us down to 21. Okay, start getting a little bit nervous. But I'm going to draw 6 cards. We're going to be able to use 4 of those. We will surely be able to succeed here. And we don't want to fail because we've gone to all this trouble. We don't want to have to come back here for this lady. So we might as well succeed. Okay, 5 cards. We're going to be able to use 4 of these, and then we're going to use our apprentices to do more stuff. I like how our hand is getting strong too. We're getting a lot more successes in our hand these days. All right, so let's do it this way. Probably not going to use that. Okay, they give us a +1. We're going to spend improvise to do +1. So now we can use 4 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4 gives us 4 stars. Then we just need 1 more star. Now, scarily enough, we only got 1 flag. So actually, they can't help us with any successes. So actually, we're going to have to use something else. Because we don't quite have enough. These four cards, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. 4 cards. These 4 cards have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stars. That's it. Okay, so because our deck is so good with stars now, we can generate 5 of our own stars just using this and this to get up from 2 to 4. Okay, so we've got our successes. This gets discarded because we've used it. We've made 5 successes. She says, "Look at me with the brand new cauldron. Thanks to you, I'll be able to get back to my potions, starting with a potion of vigor to thank you for your generosity. Hey, while it's simmering, come listen to these tips that will help you keep a beautiful vegetable garden." So we get +1 in our production, which is good because we were only at 2. And take a 46. Do we know what a 46 card is? "46 is a potion of vigor." Okay, 10 life points, and it's a cure. That's pretty good. That's a good thing to have in your back pocket when you meet someone who's sick. Banish the card that enabled you to read this dialogue and replace it with the 222 card. So this woman is now banished. She's gone. I don't know why. I don't know where she's gone. But she's gone. And instead, a gold 222 comes out. Did we ever give her a pot before? The old herbalist is busy in her workshop, uncorking bottles, sniffing them, selecting herbs from drawers, and grinding roots in her mortar. I guess she's in a good mood. She finally has a pot. Let's see what she can do for us. Immediately after it's revealed, we can get rid of exhausted or confused cards. And if we want to, we can barter with her just to gain 5 health or get rid of ill. Okay, well, we don't care about that. It could have been a better reward, but We helped an old woman. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing to be ashamed of. All right, moving along on our journey. Next up is here. This we actually have to pay for. We have to pay 7 cards. Unless we have a better way to do this. Should we be doing our upgrades, Jonathan, or you just want to hold on to them? I guess we'll hold on to them. It seems like it's a bit of a cheat to be upgrading in the middle of our mission, but I don't see a way. We don't, wait a minute. We do have something here. We have this. We could use our in shape to draw 4 less cards. That's what we'll do. We'll just use this now. Why not? So I'm just going to use this to draw 4 less cards. Why not? Why hold on to these? We've got so many. We're going to lose them anyway. Might as well save some energy. So I'm just going to draw 3 cards to explore this. Instead of 4, I spend those, and we reveal what this is. It's been raining heavily. And you spent the day wading through icy water. If you're playing the bag of sack scenario, no, we're not. Otherwise, our throat is itchy and we feel feverish. Discard 1 card showing at least 1 strength class icon. If you can't, lose 3 cards. And if you're injured or ill, take a 120. Okay, we're not injured or ill. We do have a card to discard. And I guess I'm going to throw away Ruthless Attack. It's not that useful. I mean, it is useful, but... Okay. Our throat is itchy. No big deal. And we're not injured or ill, so we don't have to do anything else. Okay, painless enough. Especially compared to the birds. Okay, 197. I did check. There's nothing special for our mission. Numerous tombstones overlook the mire. Strange to find them so far from civilization. So it's starting to get more expensive to walk around here. But we could go check out the tombstones. Now we know what these tombstones are about. It's not on this one. On this map, but I believe there's the graveyard guy. We just have a nice friendly talk with us. He tells us about his family. Probably we should. Oh, we don't have steps to do it. I was just gonna say, is he gonna tell us something? I think what we should do is we should do it. Nothing bad happens, and at least we'll get the card that tells us what we need to come back. So I'm going to lay this down here. Like nothing bad happens when you talk to that grave robber. We might as well figure out what it's about. So I'm going to walk over here. That takes us 2 cards. We get to keep these 2. We've got spaces for this, so I'm just going to keep them. And actually take a card from this card if we have a card we'd rather have. Sure, let's take Determination. It's just a guaranteed star. Was that a block? No, just a discard. Okay, good. All right, that moved us here. Now I got to deal with this guy's nonsense. To see if we have to fight a bird. Okay. We're jinxed. We have to fight another bird. I'm only letting us use the fortune teller hut to get rid of the red thing. So now we got to fight a bird. Ugh, I mean, that's what this scenario is all about. So here's the bird, the black bird. He's got his friends. Let's see what it's going to be. Panic-stricken, the former apprentice opens the bag containing the bindar seeds. This guy, he's trying to give him birds. He's trying to give them the seeds. Obviously intent on throwing some to the birds to coax them away. So we got to calm him down. If we can succeed in calming him down, which it's not chain locked, so we will absolutely succeed. If we fail, he gives them one of the seeds, and then and then we get rid of it, or then we have to fight them, and we might fail. But look, 2-0 if you're unleashed, which we are. So actually, this is going to be an instant success for us. So we just have to pass this test. It's a forced negotiation. These guys aren't good at negotiation, but the dog is. The dog is going to convince this guy that what he's doing is not okay. All right, so let's see. It's a 0 or more and 3, but we can draw as many as we want. Draw as many as we want. This guy turns flags into 1 success. So we can automatically generate 1 success, 2 successes if we need it, 3 successes. So we can guarantee all 3 successes, but we'd rather not have to use all of these. So, but we don't want to spend excess energy. So maybe we'll draw 4 cards. We might be able to do this entirely on our own. Hopefully not more than with the dog. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. I really like how we've focused on getting good hand cards here. All right, so we've succeeded this on our own. We talked that old guy down. We get to keep one of these cards. I don't think one of these cards is going to be better than what we have. It's not. And now we have to do the next action, which is fight the birds, except that we're unleashed, which just means we have to draw 2 cards. Because we're unleashed. But look what the doggy does for us. Draw 2 less cards for fighting. So actually the dog means we have to draw 0 cards. That Warhorned is a great dog. And we succeed without having to draw any cards. We would keep a card if we drew any, but it's not worth it because we have a good hand. So that's it. We've scared those birds away. Whoops, that doesn't get away. That goes back out. All right, so far so good. All right, and then I said we're going to look in this graveyard. This is sort of this is not a full, this mission is nothing new to us, all old stuff. It's just doing the work for the next mission. You stroll through the cemetery, surprised to discover it relatively well preserved. It's rare to find them untouched by the Necro Druid's henchmen, we would get unleashed again, who used to steal corpses from graves, enabling their master to shape their monstrosities. You notice a curious detail. The same family name is engraved on many of the headstones. I did check, by the way. There's no special thing. Okay, so here's this guy. A voice startles you. A man about 40 cycles old emerges suddenly from among the gravestones. No secret numbers. All right, so he's coming out right there. We're going to take a photo of him when we need to. And let's have a little dialogue with this guy. Where's my cubes? 275. All right. We have done this guy's bidding in the past, but I guess we're in a new world here where he might need our help again. Have you come here to visit a lost one? No, no, don't be afraid. I'm Gyron, the keeper of these graves. I wager you weren't expecting to find a cemetery in such a remote place. Burial's an old custom, almost forgotten today, except for nobles like us who still practice it. Restoring this very old and forgotten cemetery cost my grandfather a lot of work and tears. Yes, many tears. It was no easy task to transport the bodies of our family, decimated when the burrowers caused the ground to swallow Valengard. Grandfather told me many stories about that time that will stay with me forever. And as he and my father are buried here, I will maintain the family necropolis to keep it safe from the necro-druids and their cursed plants. So if all of our scores are 10, if our influence and defense are 10 or higher. So let's make a note on this card. Influence 10 and defense bigger than 10. All right. So I'm going to put this little sticker on this guy so that when we take our photo of our map, we will preserve that note that we should come back there when influence and defense are greater. I'm not sure. I don't remember what he gives us, but it better be good for those high requirements. And then a 2 card comes out here, which is where we're going to be headed in a moment. But it's time for a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Feels like we're making quick work of this scenario. Nothing wrong with that. They can't all be epic adventures. This is more like a hectoring birds just chasing us the whole way, but that's what you got to do. Sometimes you got to escort an old man through Bird Town. I do note that we have gotten 5 glimmers. That's all there are 5. So we need to trade these in right now. assuming we don't need to unblock cards, which I don't think we do, we need to trade these 5 glimmers in for a 99. Now we have 2 99 cards. That's not many, but it's at least 2 upgrades. We could do these upgrades now if we wanted to, but I think, well, we should use 1, right? Isn't that our rule now? No, maybe we'll hold up. We got good enough health. We're not going to lose 21 health out of nowhere. All right, well, let's move along. We've looked in the graveyard. The next thing for us to do is check out what's above. It is something we can do for free. And we finally got an unveiler. After 3, this is our 4th scenario and the first time we've discovered an unveiler. This is one of the expansions. You'll remember we came close our last threat at discovering the, oh no, that was the Olympics. Okay, so we need to talk about this for a second. So first of all, I'm going to put an unveiler on this card right there. So there's the unveiler, which are these little ladybugs that hover around magic. That's what they are. This is like a cloud of ladybugs. Now, let's read what it says. This is the first unveiler we've seen in 3 sessions. Commonly called unveilers, these ladybugs, as big as a fist but completely harmless, are familiar to, I think the unveiler would go on the terrain to be revealed. Oh, you're right. It's up here. Quite right. Quite right. It's up here. Let me get out that 84 card. Okay, quite right. So the 84 card says, tall trees line a path beyond which lies a meadow with thorny shrubs and brush. So here's the new terrain card up here. Birds. Those birds. It looks like there's sheep here. We can check them out. I think they want grain, so I don't think we're going to be able to get those. But let's just put the unveiler there. All right, now let's read about the unveiler cards. Good catch. They're harmless. They are familiar to arcanists, treasure seekers, and other intrepid adventurers. Unveilers are attracted to magical emanations like flies to a rotting corpse. Spotting a swarm of these critters is usually a good omen, but some magical items are better left buried. Now, this is the book knowledge you keep about your unveilers. So every time we find an unveiler, we've got a choice to make. We can either just scoot them away and get rid of the unveiler and take a $3.99. What was the $3.99? Why did I not write it down? It's like a mediocre thing, right? Actually, yeah, I don't know what the $3.99s are. Do you remember, Jonathan? I'm not sure we ever took a $3.99. We always pushed our luck and took a 400. But anyway, the point is, if we just shoo them away, it's pretty safe. I don't remember what we get. I don't remember what a $3.99 is. It may be an item, but a lesser item. But if you if you dig it up, sometimes you get an amazing magical item. And sometimes you get a curse that will take you 5 sessions to get rid of. So I think it was the unveiler that in our first playthrough, one of these guys gave us a great weapon. The other one gave us ring that took up a slot in our hand forever. So what do you think, Jonathan? Jonathan always wants to dig up the treasure. Risk be damned. Aren't you curious what the 399s are, though? Shouldn't we at one time see a 399? There's also gold. Like if you get all the 400s, there's a gold 400. But the same thing is true about the 399s. If you get all the 399s, there's a 399 gold. All right, Jonathan wants to dig it up. Who am I to say no to Jonathan and his digging? That's 3 cards. We don't have anyone to help us dig more efficiently, do we? That dog doesn't like to dig, does he? No, not the war dog. Oh boy. All right, here we go. 3 cards. We have to walk there first. Thank you. All right, this just goes in our books. Our books. All right, so let's walk up there. It's a +2, so actually we have to draw 3 cards just to walk. And then we'll see if a bird comes and gets us. We're at a max hand size. Let's see if we want to keep any of these. Look at the top 3 cards of your deck, put them back in any order, get 2 flags, and discard it. I think I'd still rather have this one. So I don't want any of these, although this card is not bad. Top 3 cards, but is it worth top 3 cards? That's pretty good. Could help us be more efficient. Is that what we care about? No, at this point, we think we're going to make it back fine. So being efficient is not the most thing for us. Avoiding losing a seed is the most important thing. All right, so we've made our way up, and now we have to see if this gold guy is going to throw away our magic seeds. And see if some bird's going to try to fight us. Are we ready to fight a bird? We kind of are ready to fight a bird. Oh, here we go. Fighting more birds. Boy, these birds are really... We're normally lucky, but these birds are just all over us on this game. All right, we got to do it. We don't have a choice. I'm sorry. No, it's a full fight. A full bird fight. They're evasive, so every three cards we draw, we got to draw 2 more. Jonathan, you could go take a nap while I fight these birds. We don't care about killing this in one shot, but on the next fight, we absolutely do have to kill it on one shot. So we just need to make sure that on the next fight, we do a one-shot kill. All right, let me see what I'm going to use to fight these things. Where's my dogs? Okay, the dog is going to come help us fight. And maybe we'll use the war pick on the next fight. That's what we did last time, I think. War pick on the next fight where we can guarantee it. We'll use our Unleashed and War pick on the next fight. So this one we don't have to win. This will let us use an extra card. We can turn this into 1 success, 2 success, 3 success. So we can guarantee 3 success with our cards if we want. So I'm going to draw 4 cards. We'll probably have enough to beat this on our own, but we can guarantee we beat it if we need to. Okay. 3 successes on 3 cards. Normally we'd be able to use 2 cards, but the Gladius lets us draw 1 more card in the chain, 3/3. So that's it. That was a good, fairly efficient thing. We succeeded. We didn't even need the dog to bite the birds. And we don't have to roll anything because we succeeded. We take a 100 card, but we already have the 100, which is what? What is the 100 card that we already have? It's not focused. It's not unleashed. What's the 100 card? Does anyone remember? It doesn't have a diamond, so it should be available to us. The official rules are that when you go to grab a card that doesn't exist, if there's no diamond, then you're supposed to reset the past. The 100 card was this. Because this session's going to go pretty quickly, and because this is a weird situation, I am going to look this up. I hope you'll indulge me, because this rarely happens to us, but there is a rule about this. And I am sort of curious. I don't care if we really follow it, but I think it's useful to know this odd case of a rule. All right, so look, here it is here. Let's read this together because this is an interesting little thing here. Yes, let me just move this up here. Okay, so look, if no green card is available, you have to take a yellow card. If no card with that number is available, if it has a diamond, so 100 says I should have put 100 back. That makes sense. Okay, but let's read this rule and then we'll do that. This explains why we ran into trouble. If it has a diamond, then it means you don't do anything. It's not supposed to be there all the time. But if it doesn't have a diamond, you have to put everything in the past back in the box, sort it back in, and then take a card. So I think basically what it means is you messed up. If that card isn't available and there's no diamond, then you did something wrong. And sure enough, Jonathan points out that this card says return it. So it shouldn't have been put in the past. So we just go grab this card and we do what it says. We roll a die. Remember, the fortune teller hut lets us pay to re-roll this if we wanted to. Okay, so I rolled a 1, which is a 150 again, which we already have. So I guess we're just not going to do anything. That's a very unsatisfying way to roll the die, I have to say, in that little thing. But, all right, that's neither here nor there. All right, so we knocked this down to a 4. And now we want to kill these birds. So we are going to, and we've been carrying around this unleashed. So what I propose is that we use our war pick and we use unleashed so that we've got 3 stars right from this. This plus this gives us 3 stars. And I guess the dog likes to have flags, but we might as well take him into battle with us. He can turn a flag into a star, and we've got plenty of ways to generate our own flags. So we're going to succeed in here, and in fact, but we do need to get more life. Okay. So I'm going to round up to penalize us because we're playing it easy. We lose 8 life. So we're now down to 13. Our life is not that good, but I think we're almost home. So I think we're going to be okay. So I think maybe at this point, we should actually use the dog's ability to draw less cards here. I think. 3 cards, we only really need 1 success. We've already guaranteed to use this. We only need 1 success. I'm going to only draw 2 cards. And then if we don't get a success on those 2 cards, I'll just use one of my other cards to pay for it, to pay for that extra success. So dog's going to let me draw less cards, just slightly more efficient. Here's our 2 cards. We actually got 2 successes. We only need 2 more. Unleashed War Pick solves it for us. We did lose our Unleashed card, though. But we wouldn't... The only really real reason that we were so cavalier about using that is because we get it back quickly. So, we killed several birds, put the others to flight. That War Pick is a pretty good thing as long as you've got the strength for it. And we get a new glimmer, which is why we traded in our glimmers. And we succeed, and the birds are killed once again. They're just relentless. All right, Jonathan. Here we are. You ready to dig up these unveilers? You're sure you want to dig them up, huh? I really hope we don't get that ring, that cursed ring. I really hope we don't get that cursed ring, because that was so painful to get rid of. We must dig, says Jonathan. All right, here we go. 3 cards. We don't have any way to make that less. We don't really care. There's our 3 cards. We don't get to keep any of them. And we go to the 400s. There's a whole bunch of them. All right. We finally found an unveiler. This is pretty exciting. I believe we've seen all of these at some point, Jonathan. At least we've seen all but one. But we never saw the gold. So the other advantage of doing all the 400s... You're better off not mixing and matching, right? You're better off like doing all the 400s or all the 399s so that you can get that gold one. All right, here it is. I'm nervous because I really don't want that ring, that cursed ring. Here we go. We've dug around the ladybugs. You've been digging for quite a while when you hit something. Human bone. Given the interest of the unveilers, their owner must have been imbued with arcane energy. Take a 349 and a 13 to try our luck. Well, the good news is we have some control over our luck. John says it's a little annoying because one of the 400s is a teleporter that gets put back. Oh, yeah, that's true. That sucks. Okay, so a 349, that's the arcane energy. There are no more of those for us to take. So that kind of sucks. Now we try our luck. to find more items, but we're not going to let ourselves be jinxed. So let's see what we get. Lady Luck is on our side. It even gives us another glimmer, which is terrific. All right, so we got another glimmer, and Lady Luck is on our side. So we also find some items that belong to the deceased. A 149 and a 199. That sounds nice. Okay, here's our 149. And here's our 199. Let's see what we found with these dead bones. Some elegant shoes. I don't think we've ever seen those before. And a spool of thread. Okay, so we got a seamstress. Was buried here. A magic seamstress. So the spool of thread can unblock clothing or fabric. And the elegant shoes can make it more efficient for us to talk to someone and convince them of stuff. This is a trinket and can be bartered, so maybe we'll end up bartering this. All right, so I mean, nothing too exciting dug up there, but on the other hand, we didn't dig up the cursed ring, so I'm not complaining. And we've got more stuff to barter, which is always good. All right, heading up home. Guess I can get rid of some of these things we don't need anymore, because we're not going back down there. Slide everything down a bit. So, while we're here, should we look around? You want to look around over here? And then the other question is, what path do we take home? I originally said we should go north up to this singing path here. But I wonder if we shouldn't go this way and check out these trees, since we know what the boat is about. I mean, we are close to home, so it's much less important that we explore everything now, but I don't know. I think we might as well. We've got enough energy. I feel like we might as well. There's more Hope Reborns for us to get. There's more stuff for us to get. As long as we're pretty safe on health, which we are, I think we're okay. So I'm going to go look at this 261. Draw 2 cards. I don't get to keep any. 261. I mean, if we don't remember what they are, it seems like we should explore it while we've got the energy to do so. Dozen or so sheep are scattered about grazing. These ruminating animals have found something here to satisfy their insatiable appetites. If only you could take them back to the Citadel. The timid creatures flee as you try to approach. So if you have a sack of grain, you can grab a sheep. Otherwise, we can do a 2 + 4. So, we could actually pull this off. We've got such a good hand of cards now that we're actually in a good shape to do some of these things. I really like our hand of cards. Like you can see, we can generate 1 success, 2 successes, 3, 4 successes. Like at any time we need to, we can generate 4 successes without even drawing anything. So shouldn't we bring back a sheep? Surely we should. I'm surprised we don't have anything that helps us give gifts. I thought we did. but apparently not. All right, I'm going to go do this. First recorded biowarfare attacks were via sheep. I did not know that. Oh, wait a second. Look at this. Actually, if you have a card with the keyword animal, which we do, it's even easier because of our war horn. So actually, we just need a 2 and 3, and we can use as many cards as we want. So I'm going to go ahead and draw 3 cards. We might get lucky and be able to do it, or use our flag, but if not, we can use as many as we need. I'd rather not lose cards, so let me take 4 here. Okay, so let's see what we've got. Boy, our cards are really starting to sing. 1, 2, 3. There's our 3 successes. We don't even need to use the dog, even though look how many flags we triggered. So yes, we've succeeded, and we get to take a sheep home with us. For now, the animals are following you like sheep. Oh, I remember this. They actually follow us. Remember, but you could lose them. All right, so we have a flock of sheep. If we make it to the Citadel with these sheep, which are only like 3 spaces away, we're going to get 2 provision, 2 glimmers, and a 468. But if you ever have to swim, climb, run, or jump, you lose the sheep. If you get desperate, you can eat them. Come on, how cool is that? And the dog is hurting them. Oh my God, that's so good. All right. So the sheep go. We've now got sheep. I'm going to put them up here so we don't forget them. In fact, let me use my proper 3D printed stuff. These are the people that are with us as we're playing, so we can't forget about them. Here, I'll put it up here. All right, that's pretty fun. So I was good to look in here. I'm going to get us some good upgrades. All right, so keeping with that idea, this is gone. We did that unveiler. I'm going to head this way. Why did it zoom out? I'm going to head this way so we can do a little more exploring on our way home. Uh-oh. You have a sudden intuition and feverishly inspect your belongings. Your suspicions are confirmed. Something is missing. During the following action, the active players, whoever revealed this, if you're confused, the action fails. Yikes. So we're doing a think. We actually, this is an easy succeed. 0 or 2 success. We take as many cards as we want for energy. We think back to the shrub. As you stride towards it, you see it come to life and throw something to the ground. You pick up your belongings and tear off a leaf in retaliation. And we take a 150, which we already are, which is focused. So actually, we should use our 150 to go grab a card. But it's a think action. We've got people who are good at thinking. Not the dog, but our machinist guild. So if we use our machinist guild, we don't need that, but it can convert flags, and we can succeed in other ways. So let's draw. Let's be conservative and draw 3 cards. And if we need to, we can generate more successes. Okay, so we got 3 successes with 3 cards. Being conservative was smart. We didn't need anyone's help. We've passed this. We get to keep one of these cards if we want it. I don't think we do. Our cards are just so good. Although you could argue that maybe it's better to take improvise and throw this out. All right. And now we get a 150, which we already have, so we're just not going to take it, and this goes away. And out comes 185. We're almost home. Everything's going to be fine unless this mission gets deeper than we think it will. Looks like you have to step over narrow precipices in some places to reach the next plateau. Luckily, the vegetation is sparse enough not to hinder your movements. That's good, because I don't want to jump and lose this sheep. So this comes out. It does look like you might have to jump over here to get here, but I guess we're walking around it. So let's walk 1 card. Look at the top 3 cards, put them back in any order and block it. Is that worth more than this? I don't even care about those cards. All right, so we've walked over here. There's a 1 card here. Now we've got to travel with this guy to see if any birds attack us. So far, they've always been attacking us. There could be birds in the tree Jesse wants to explore. Yes, there could be. I think there are some eggs. Okay, let's see if the birds attack us like they have been. Oh, hey, look. Finally, those birds did not attack us. Maybe they're up in that tree. And we got another glimmer. We might pull off another Hope Reborn with glimmers. You know, I think when we draw this, we're supposed to we're not supposed to return it, because look, these say return. So actually, I think once you pull this one, it's supposed to go into the past. All right, well, I'm gonna give back a glimmer. I don't think we were allowed to get that multiple times. All right. But I will let us keep not have to fight the birds. So that made us to this spot with this guy. I'm going to look in here. 1 card, 227. I know you're afraid of birds being in that tree, but I think we should see what's in the tree. Ashes from a campfire have been scattered by the wind and rain. Nearby branches have been piled up and stones laid out as seats. It's a camp and it seems entirely abandoned. Would not take much to get the campsite warmed up again, starting with a good fire. So we can sit on the fire and get a glimmer. And if we wanted to, we could eat these mushrooms. But we could get sick from them. So I'm not sure we want to. But actually, this is a cool card to get a glimmer. So I earned us back that glimmer that I gave up. All right, do you want to eat the mushrooms for fun? Even though we don't need to? No. Why risk getting poisoned, right? Any numbers on those cards? I don't see any. Okay, let's go ahead and do this action. Throw away, take 0 cards, 1 success. Oh, sorry. So we have to actually succeed at this. I'm going to draw 2 cards. If we have to, we'll use one of our things to get the success. Well, with 2 cards, we got 1 success. So actually, we succeeded, barely. That gives us a glimmer. And if we were exhausted, we could get it back. Let me just read this quickly. Take a 49. You can return your exhausted and choose one card. Okay, that's right. All right, so we're done with this. We sat at the campfire. We got a glimmer. And now we can head up home. We're almost home. Let's explore up here. A glimmer on the ground attracts your attention. As you approach, you discover a sword in the dust. If you want to go on your way, just throw it out. Otherwise, we get, if we get lucky, we get a 190. If you're jinxed, nothing happens. But a 190 is a Gladius, so we already have a Gladius. We do not need another one. But we could eat these mushrooms if we were hungry, but we're really not. So I'm just going to throw away this stupid sword. No numbers, nothing to care about. All right, 81 comes out next. We are almost home. Here's our 81. The ground of the plain in front of you seems to have been turned over. Human bones, bits of corroded armor, and the remains of war machines are littered here and there. The place is a veritable necropolis. It was probably the scene of an ancient battle. Okay, so we remember this. This is where the battle... We dug up the ballista already, right? There's no point in digging it up again. I believe that's right. You let me know if that's not right. But I believe we dug up the ballista and then we dug up whatever else was there. Unless we have reason to believe there's going to be an unveiler there. If you go to the ballista, it might give you a good weapon or armor. Oh, you think so? All right. Well, let's move on up there. First things first. That's a card. We could keep this if we wanted to. Spare no effort. That is pretty good. Still, I think for this mission... All right, just for fun, I'll take this instead of improvise. All right. So we've moved. Now we have to see if a bird is going to attack us. Which he probably is. Yep, here comes another bird. If we lose a seed, you have no idea how angry I'm going to be. All right, let's see what we got here. We're well equipped to take care of this. All right, so it's the negotiation again, where we got to convince our guy not to throw a seed. I do like this idea. All right, so who's going to help us negotiate? It's the dog. The dog growls at him, and he realizes that he's about to make a terrible mistake. We also have shoes that are good for negotiating, somehow. So we're putting on our best shoes, and we're going to negotiate with this old man. We cannot afford to fail either of these, but we can draw as many cards as we want. 3 successes. These shoes are not really going to help us. But we can get 1 success, 2 successes, 3 successes. So we can guarantee 3 successes even if we don't draw any. So let's just draw 3, and we'll see how many extras we need. Okay, here we go, negotiate. So actually, with 3 cards, we got 3 of our own successes. We didn't need any help. We can keep one of these if we want it. I'm not going to keep any. I'm just going to throw them away just for fun. And now we're down to the fight. We're almost home. We don't want to muck around. We need 3, 6. We aren't unleashed anymore. We spent our unleashed. So it's a 2 to get 3, but we can get 1, 2, 3. So we can guarantee we'll succeed in this no matter what we draw. But we have to get more cards. Our health is actually getting pretty low. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and I'm going to round up to 8. So actually, we're down to 5 health now. That's a little scary. We do have food we can eat. Which maybe we should. What if when we get home, something else makes our life harder? All right. Down to 5 health. Should probably eat some of our food. All right, well, let's go ahead and do this. We're almost home. So as I said, we can get our 3 without even drawing anything. Let's just draw 3 cards. We'll probably have to spend something. We can only use 2 of these, but actually we can use 3 of them. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Normally we could only use 2 cards, but the Gladius lets us use a 3rd. So that's because our cards are so good that we just instantly succeed. We can keep one of these if we wanted to. We don't want to. Good work for the Gladius and the dog we didn't need. And we've succeeded. And we've repelled the stupid birds. All right, Jonathan wants to look where the ballista was. And let's see what we got. It's a gold 160. You spot a weapon lying among the debris. Take a 13 and we could get a 290. If we're jinxed, we just get a Gladius. Okay, so this is actually good. So let's see if we can't get a nice weapon. We're jinxed. So now we might have a tough decision to make. Well, we've only got 3 glimmers, so we're not going to get 5 glimmers. So let's spend a glimmer. Let's spend a glimmer to redraw. This is our fortune teller hut. Lady Luck is on our side. Okay, so we got a good weapon. Yes, we probably should have eaten that food earlier, or mushrooms. Yeah, we should have eaten that mushroom. Jonathan, I'm going to need you to your biggest seed bell. No, actually, that's too big. Does Jesse remember that Simpsons line? No, I don't, but it sounds funny. Okay, so we got a good weapon here. Jonathan was right. Let's see what we've got here. 290, huh? Whoa, we got a spear. That's pretty fun. It's a pole. We could get things down that's high up. Yeah, please do. I want to see that. That sounds funny. Okay, so we got a spear. It's used for trapping food, for fighting. Pretty good, actually. And we've had a couple times when we could have used a pole. It's got weight. So we are now at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We just went up by 2. All right, so we're now at 8 out of 10 weight. We're almost at our max. That was pretty cool. This stays out. A 1 goes here, up above. And I believe that this is our home. This is our last spot. We have 5 health. We just have to survive here. Yeah, I think we've got this in hand. Now, if we could eat some food if we really thought, I mean, 5 health, that's not much, but I feel like we're okay here. All right, let's explore this, and then we're going to have to walk up with a bird. There's no danger in sight. You catch your breath for a few moments. After so many cycles of captivity, you never tire of these long walks, especially when there are no obstacles or traps. If you're not exhausted, take a 153. 153, huh? I feel like 153 is we're in shape. This is the one that lets us draw less cards. Okay, I'm not complaining about that. And then this is discarded. And out comes our Citadel, which we've been trekking for a long time to find. We knew where it was, but it took us 3 hours and 40 minutes to get home. So here we are. However, last thing we have to do is move on here and see if this old guy will join us without trying to give away our seeds to birds. Here we go. Are we going to have one last battle with the birds, or can we avoid it? Lady Luck is on our side. The birds are not attacking us close to home. That's very nice of them. All right, the old man has joined us. Here we are. 77. Watch this guy be like, you know what? I forgot my glasses at home. I need you to escort me back. You're only 100 paces from the entrance to the camp. A slight euphoria overcomes you at the prospect of finding what should be called your home. All right, so that's it. We're ready to go home. We did it. We did it. Should we take a short break before reading the conclusion? I can send you the link, maybe just a 5-minute one. Yeah, we've been playing for 50 minutes. Let's take our proper 8-minute break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We'll read the conclusion. We'll wrap up. We'll do any upgrades, maybe. 8 minutes. It's 2:51 a.m. Monday morning, and we've just made it back to the Citadel after almost 4 hours of playing, and it's time to read the epilogue and then decide if we want to spend any of these upgrades. Okay, here we go to the epilogue. We brought back sheep and we brought back the apprentice with his 4 seeds that he was trying to feed to birds the whole time. We had to talk him down. Here we go. Epilogue. If no character has the apprentice, read conclusion A. That's like a total failure. We didn't recover him. Otherwise, banish the apprentice. Banish the apprentice. And then, if the academy or library is built, read conclusion B. Otherwise, read conclusion C. So it sounds like we got the best of all worlds just because Jonathan built that academy for us. We banished him, and the academy or library is built, so we read conclusion B. Okay, here we go. Conclusion B. Ninadazer's apprentice visits the camp, paying attention to its organization and buildings. He returns to you looking satisfied. Oh, what a change when I think of the suffering that so many gardeners endured here over the cycles of that interminable war and the horrors it brought. Well, it's calming to see so many people opening up and looking well. There's potential, that's for sure. If you have no objective card, well, we don't. We have a whole bunch. We got 4 of them. So we're down here. I'll begin the growth ritual as soon as the Bindar seeds are planted, the apprentice tells you. Take 299 cards. Okay. 2 more Hope Reborns. Return all objective cards. For each objective card returned, apply the following effect. On the buildings page, circle the name of one built building to mark it as fortified. Or if they're already fortified, check a building box. So we've got 4 cards. We can circle 4 buildings. Four buildings, okay, and then our morale is fine. So 4 buildings are getting fortified. The only, well, actually, before we do that, before we circle 4 buildings, we could use our Hope Reborns. We have 4 of. We could do upgrades on these and build new buildings that are more expensive to fortify, rather than fortifying some of the ones that we don't care as much about. So why don't we do our normal thing? Since this is the end of the mission, this is the end of the scenario. The only thing we do here is, after we do that, then we discard our cards and we get going. So why don't we break here? Why don't we break and do our upgrades and our fortifications at the next session, so that we can discuss it? What do you think? Or we could discuss it now if you've got energy. I've got energy to discuss it now if you want. What would you prefer, Jonathan? You want to save it for next time? Or do you want to do it now? Jonathan says we can discuss now. Okay. So we have 4 Hope Reborns. And we can use these before before we fortify, if we want to build better buildings to fortify, let's see what we would do with those 4 upgrades. So I want us to get here. So I would be inclined to go 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's a discard and 3 builds. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 builds we could do. So with 3 build points, we could build the library for 3 to get new books, or the tavern for 2, that's side quests. We could do tavern and watchtower, or 1 library. Or we could get the arcanist companion by building this 3-point building here to get the arcanist. Or we could build these 2 buildings. These are the bombs. I don't think I liked these. Yeah, these friction pens that are erasable are amazing. So is there anything more interesting? I mean, the library, the tavern, and the arcanist are the most interesting buildings, right? Although, let's hold on a second. Before we jump to conclusions, let's not forget the Detectives Guild. So if we plan to get reflexes, we may want to get the Astrologer's Hut. We could get the Advanced Academy for 3, which would give us even more skill cards. That seems a little expensive to me. Used bookstore, we would need the regular library first. I guess we don't need the regular library first, but I'm not sure it makes more sense. So I guess none of these really jump out at me, but we're not going to be building feathers or getting reflexes. Maybe we put these off for a little bit later until we do this. Let's see what Jonathan says. It's up to you. We went with the machinist I wanted and the guild. I feel like it's Jesse's turn to pick a building. Well, I feel like the strongest card we could get to help us do battles would be another companion, the Arcanist. But we don't really have the weapon for them to use. And it's expensive. I think for enjoyment, for more enjoyment, the tavern would give us side quests. I think that's what I would choose. What do you think about side quest, tavern? Tavern sounds good. Okay. So we're going to come over to our destiny chart and we're going to build our way towards this. So we're going to take 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 3 building upgrades. We're almost at this number. And with those 3 building upgrades, we're going to spend 2 on the tavern right now. Let's remember to do this during an update step. And then we need to choose 2 cards to get rid of from our hand as our other upgrade. And that costs us our 4 Hope Reborns. Okay. So we need to do this now. We need to pick which cards to get rid of. We're going to get rid of 2 cards here. We've got having such a good hand of stars is very useful. Fortitude is pretty useless. So that's a good card to get rid of. I tend to not like Sixth Sense. If they've got a star on them, I'm going to keep them. You have 1 more building pip. Yes, we do have 1 more building pip. Yes, we do. You're right. Okay, so there's 2 things that I can see 2 different cases that could be made. One case is we put it on a watchtower and start getting our defenses up. Although nothing in the game has asked us about them yet. But it is a cheap way for every mission for it to go up by 1, and another good building to let us wipe out. The other case I could see making is spending it on one of the buildings we want. The graveyard needed 1 defense. Yeah, but I mean, we've done the graveyard before. It's not going to kill us not to get it. I feel like eventually we're going to want this Arcanist. And the library is always fun. So, I don't know. What do you think, Jonathan? It hurts to be making these, to be getting these points when we don't know if we need them. We could also do Place of Worship. 249 cards. That helps us get more upgrades faster, a little bit. John says, let's chip away at the library. Okay, done. We're chipping away at the library. We do like the library. All right, now we're back to getting rid of 2 cards. Okay, Fortitude is a good card to get rid of. We have too many flags, and it's a half star. Let me see what other half stars we have. Like bad half stars. Okay, these are pure half stars. Let's see if any of these jump out at us as being cards we don't care about. Okay, Improvise is very good. I don't want to get rid of this. Turn flags into successes and you can keep it in your hand. That's pretty good. Inflexible is kind of fun. And we took this card, so it's hard to get rid of a card we've taken. 2 flags, that's pretty good. Top 3 cards of your action deck. Put them back in any order and then block this. Okay, this is what we call scrying. It's very powerful, but I never use it. I never use these. So Intuition is a good card to get rid of from my perspective. Resolution, we've got so many flags. I'd be I'd be inclined to keep it. And what's fortitude? You can just get one random symbol. Okay, so one of these cards we should get rid of. Any preference, Jonathan? Jonathan says, no, it's up to me. They're both from our starting hand. I think for me, a predictable draw deck is very powerful. And we're basing our draw deck on flags. That's what we're strong on. So the more we get a predictable symbol, the better. Even though this card is arguably stronger, I think I'm going to get rid of this card. Where was the other one I said I was getting rid of? How did I collect it back up? I'm sure there was another one. We get rid of two cards. I guess we could get rid of both of these then, but I thought there was a different card that I chose to get rid of. Maybe it was, no, support is what we paid for. All right, well, I can't see the other card that I was planning to get rid of. So Jonathan is going to try to rewind and see. Looks like you wanted to get rid of fortitude. All right, so these are the two then. That's it. Perfect. We're getting rid of two pure half stars. Base cards makes complete sense. All right, so these are going away. We've optimized our deck a little bit, pruned out some bad cards. That was one of our upgrades. We are getting very close to being able to unlock a totally new number, which is super exciting. 1, 2, 3, 4 more upgrades, which we could get easily on our next session, and we will see a brand new personal evolution. All right, so now, following the instructions, we also forgot to do this. Oh, wow, now I wish we had kept that other glimmer, because we almost got enough for a for 5 glimmers. Oh, that's a real shame. That's a real shame that I threw away one of those glimmers for health. Because we now have well, it doesn't matter, does it? We'll just get one more glimmer at the start of the next gameplay, and then we'll be able to upgrade. So actually, it's not a real hindrance that we didn't get exactly 5. All right. So let's make our production go up by 2. What have I done here? What have I done here? I must have erased that. All right, I made our production go up by 2 now. And now I'm going to take a 468, which is going to be a sheep, I guess. Sheep wool. We can rest, and it will get us in a good mood, which brings us up to 9 weight. So we're close to our maximum weight now. And then discard this. Okay. And now, did you want to pick which buildings to fortify? Yes. So let's go ahead. We've got 4 objectives, meaning 4 buildings to fortify. All right, well, let's for sure fortify this tavern that we just went through the trouble of building. That's 1. They have to be built, right? We can't fortify non-built cards. No, that's not true. Apply the following effect. Circle the name of 1 built building. Yes, 1 built building. So we can't save these. We've got to fortify 3 more. I don't care about the smithy at all, so I'm not going to fortify that. I guess this pen with this animal is pretty cool. We'll always have an animal even if he dies. So I guess I'd fortify the pen. And then 3 more, and here they are. 1, 2, 3. That's all we got. I guess we're going to fortify the other 3 buildings. There's really no option except if we wanted to fortify the smithy, which would be insane. So that's it. I think we've done it all now. We have more than 5 buildings, so our morale is good. We've used each of our objectives to fortify a building. That's it. All right, well, another session in the books. I'll try to remember to take a photograph of this. There's a bunch of stuff for us to do at the start of the next session, but nothing more for us to do now. We're starting out with 4 glimmers, which would mean another upgrade is on the way soon. A weird mission, a weird scenario. We did get... Did everyone see this little picture of the Bindar seed vines growing to protect the building? Pretty cool. We're on page 13 of 55. So maybe we're a third of the way done or so. Good work fighting off the birds, Jesse. Thank you. They were annoying more than anything. I like how that guy kept panicking and wanting to give the birds the seeds, but we managed to protect them all. Doesn't look like it would have been a big deal if we lost 1 or 2. At least we're going to get some side quests. We did well. We did well. We only had 5 health in the end. That probably means I was drawing too many cards and playing it too safe. In fact, for certain, because we never ended up using those cards in hand. But I did want to play it safe for today, but we may have to be a little more daring next time. Jonathan, thank you for playing with me. Panderjit, it was nice having you join us. And, well, I'll see you next time.